Okay, let's prepare to begin, please. Good morning. My name is Felicia Orth, hearing officer appointed by the Oil Conservation Commission to conduct a hearing in OCC 24683 relating to wells and financial assurance. We're on day 5 of the hearing, and we have come to our 8th opportunity for public comment. Just a few things about public comment. I will ask you to spell your first and last name. I will ask you to swear or affirm that you will tell the truth pursuant to commission rules, and I will ask you to keep your oral comments to 3 minutes. You may submit comments of any length in writing to Sheila Apodaca, the commission administrator, if the oral comment opportunity is not sufficiently long for you. Let's see, this morning, can we start with Robert Wright? Mr. Wright, can you unmute yourself? You may have to press Control-Shift-M to
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Thank you for allowing me to attend this meeting. My wife and I moved to New Mexico 3 years ago as she has major family relationships here. Some of the family settled in New Mexico before statehood. We care about the state and its future. About my background, I graduated from the Colorado School of Mines, worked for Mobil Oil as a petroleum engineer, and then earned an MBA at Columbia University. I worked on Wall Street as an investment banker, dealing with the energy industry. I was involved with mergers, acquisitions, corporate financings for the industry. I represented a number of oil companies in California, Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, and Wyoming. Following my investment banking career, I ran a small oil and gas company with operations in Wyoming and Colorado. When gas prices fell, we could not operate with existing regulations, severance tax, and operating expenses. We were forced to cease operations. Recently, I've been involved with New Mexico oil and gas companies in the reclamation of produced water. We have the ability to clean produced water to the level that it can be used in agriculture. As New Mexico is a water deficit state, this would could benefit from the reclamation of this water and lessen the deficit issue. The oil and gas industry is critical to our nation's economy and security. New Mexico, being the second largest oil producer, is an important player in dealing with the nation's energy needs. Importantly, the state's education is dependent on funding the oil industry. With the state's education being ranked 50th, the state is now more dependent on the industry to assist in improving our children's performance. Without satisfactory education, the state will not be able to expand and attract future businesses such as artificial intelligence. Also, AI uses large quantities of water, and reclaimed produced water could attract this industry. The proposed regulation would materially negatively impact the industry. This regulation could damage the state's ability to fund its education needs and future growth. I urge you to oppose this regulation, thereby saving the state from a potential economic disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Charles Goodmacher. Sheila, I think the screen might have frozen. Oh.
And I don't see Charles Goodmucker on the platform yet.
All right. You're going to Shannon Baxter next. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Shannon Baxter, SHANNON BAXTER.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I am a 40-year resident of New Mexico. I chose to move here from Maryland to attend graduate school at New Mexico Highlands University. I fell in love with New Mexico the moment I crossed our state line. I have chosen this place as my home, and I married a native New Mexican hot air balloon pilot, and we raised our family in Albuquerque. I even convinced my parents and my brother to move here. My dad fell in love with Silver City, and he opened a small shop on Bullard Street while my mom worked at the Gila Regional Medical Center. They lived there happily for many years. I am retired from state government, and during my tenure, I saw firsthand how much revenue the oil and gas industry provides to New Mexico. After retirement, I chose to become involved in education for a number of years. Again, I saw the effects of oil and gas revenue because it provided opportunities for our students in education. As we continue our attempts to improve low reading and math scores through various programs, and additionally, with the advent of free early childhood education, we will continue to need strong revenues to support these endeavors and to lift up our New Mexican children and improve future outcomes. Onerous regulations that affect the revenue stream from small and large oil and gas producers directly impact our ability to improve the lives of our youngest New Mexicans. I ask each of you for your support in limiting regulation and encouraging continued revenue streams to ensure the future progress of our children. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Baxter. Do we have Karen Bowler on the platform? Karen Bowler. Sheila?
I believe she signed up for the afternoon session.
Oh, all right. Is there anyone else on the platform who would like to offer public comment at this session? Our next session is at 4:00. If you have called in, you can raise your virtual hand by pushing *5. No? All right. And I don't see anyone in the room here to offer public comment. So let's return to the technical case. Again, our next public comment session is at 4:00 today. So, Mr. Tremaine or Mr. Hall, are we calling Ms. Romero next?
Yes, we are, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay, terrific.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Hearing Officer, Commission. Again, this is Jessica Tremaine for the Oil Conservation Division. Happy Friday. And this OCD calls Rosa Romero. Madam Hearing Officer, I'd also like to have permission to screen share the visual aid for Ms. Romero, and I'll endeavor not to take us on any more Windows Paint excursions.
All right, thank you very much. And I forgot to mention, I see Commissioner Bloom on the platform, so we have all commissioners here with us. Ms. Romero, would you please spell your first and last name?
Good morning. Name is Rosa Romero, R-O-S-A, last name R-O-M-E-R-O.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Tremaine.
Good morning, Ms. Romero. Could you please tell the Commission what your position and job is with the OCD?
Yes, my name is Rosa Romero again. I am the Environmental Bureau Chief here at OCD.
And in preparation for this hearing, did you prepare direct written testimony, which is labeled as OCD Exhibit number 10?
Yes.
And did you also prepare your resume, which is labeled as OCD Exhibit number 11?
Yes.
And a visual demonstration or demonstrative aid PowerPoint presentation labeled Exhibit number 12?
Yes.
Did you also provide copies of records you relied upon in preparation of your direct testimony and visual aid, including a spreadsheet labeled well production, including releases, Exhibit number 20,
Yes.
and a revised initial grant performance report that you relied upon and reference labeled Exhibit number 26?
Yes.
Did you also provide a copy of a document titled Implementation of Digital C-141, which you relied upon, labeled Exhibit number 27?
Yes.
And did you provide full-size copies of photographs referred to in your demonstrative aid and testimony labeled Exhibits 28A through G?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any corrections that you need to make to your direct testimony?
I do have one clarification on page 2 and line 6. It really release air that was supposed to read release contaminants to air.
Thank you. This morning, do you adopt, strike that. All of the exhibits that I previously mentioned, are they true and accurate, incorporating that correction to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you adopt your written direct testimony as your testimony here today?
I do.
And are you prepared to provide a summary of your testimony for the commission?
I am.
Please proceed. I am sharing on screen visual aid OCD exhibit number 12. Ms. Romero, please indicate when you'd like me to switch screens.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with the next screen. So OCD Environmental Bureau reviewed the proposed rule in consideration of how the rule will affect or benefit environmental goals, which are to reduce contamination and how it would affect environmental operations. So I did this overview based on data and based on my experience here at OCD for the last 3 years. These are programs that are related, mostly the Orphan Well Project. Next slide, please. So what I used for this data was fiscal years 23 through 25 for Orphan Well costs for projects completed under Environmental Bureau's oversight. Plugging has gone on for significantly longer. We've heard some testimony that alludes to that. I don't know exactly how long it's gone on, but we really didn't begin our big environmental projects until we received federal grant money in 2023. So estimates for wellbore plugging, it does not encompass environmental costs. These are costs that are entirely separate from that program. Next slide, please. A couple of definitions I've included. As stated, the other exhibit, the C-141 guidance document, was published in 2023. That guidance document was included most of these definitions. I just wanted to clarify because sometimes we do use things like remediation and reclamation interchangeably, and so just wanted to specify what we're referring to. And so that guidance document is included as part of those formal definitions. Remediation, when I'm referring to it, is more about the cleanup of the contamination. I've got a visual aid here just kind of showing, you can see the large staining in aerial photos. That is the contamination that we cleaned up. In the second picture, where the contamination is gone. Next slide, please. Contrast to that, we also talk about reclamation. Reclamation is usually about what's going on the surface of the site. Sometimes that includes the removal of sludge, deconstruction of equipment, surface equipment, salvaging of equipment. Really, sometimes this is for sites that we're starting, but we haven't done the complete remediation on. So we haven't gone to the full extent of finding all the contamination, but there was a need to act in order to alleviate the immediate public health risk. Excuse me. As you can see from this photo, sludge on the ground, we do want to eliminate those risks. And so sometimes those immediate actions take place before the full remediation happens. Next slide, please. So this is cost overview. OCD does not have a significant amount of data. As I said, we just started this project in 2023. We did start with some of our larger sites. These sites are in no way routine. They're large sites, they're costly sites. And this again is for environmental cost only. As you can see, I did kind of calculate an average here. I did exclude the Kano tank battery from that average just based on the fact that that particular site has not completed complete remediation. We only did surface work on that particular site. But between the two larger sites that we did complete, we averaged about 126 per yard for soil and contamination that's been removed. Next slide, please. As you can see here, the reason we started with the large sites was because of additional public health risk. The Reed Estate had groundwater between 50 and 100, but there was a surface playa north of it within 500 feet of the release. The Double L Queen, also pictured here, had groundwater at less than 50 feet, was considered a high karst area. And this is the reason that OCD started with some of these larger sites, was to mitigate some of those risk factors. Obviously, that's not enough data for statistical analysis. I just want to give the commission an idea of what cost looks like for some of these sites that OCD ends up under OCD oversight. Next slide, please. And this is another example of a site we did surface reclamation only. Since we've started this project, we've reclaimed a little over 650,000 square feet of acreage, about 15 acres total. Most well sites are about 1 acre per well bath site. This particular example, as you can see from the photos, was very close to town. We had reports of kids playing on the equipment, and so we felt it necessary to at least do the surface reclamation to ensure safety. Thank you. So for some of these sites that we've done surface reclamation only on them, the average cost per site is about 36,000 plus. We've got 5 or 6 well sites included on this. And when I say these sites have been cleaned up, this doesn't account for associated facilities, things like tank batteries or lines. Sometimes there's miles and miles of lines that we end up cleaning up from these sites that are included in that. In the direct testimony, I've gone into a lot more detail on the specific actions we've taken on these sites for the commission's understanding of the work that we've done as far as with the site cleanup on. So even on a site where we're doing just basic surface reclamation and some investigation, we're looking at about $36,000. Next slide, please. So this data does not, I know this slide, I'm going to start with explaining kind of what I did with our data. I pulled, and I had our IT pull from our permitting system 2024 data. The reason it was an arbitrary decision, 2024 just being the most recent complete year. I'm going to see a little bit of differences between what John pulled because I believe he did fiscal year. We did not coordinate before we did our evaluations entirely separately. So I just want to highlight that and keep that in mind. What I found is when I broke things out, it did not indicate that any particular type of well was more or less likely to have a release. We're about 1 in 5 across the board. Environmental data going pre-2024, even in back to about 2018, still shows about 1 in 5. That does not account for some of these scenarios of all of our data is operator reported. So these are releases that have been reported by the operator to OCD and that we have data for. There are times when things do go unreported. For example, the Reed Estate had a plugging order in 2018. At that time, we received the plugging order. They had no releases reported. And from what we saw on the previous screen, that was a very large release that we had that OCD became responsible for. Artesian Metex, the one we did surface reclamation on, the operator had 4 reported releases, but 3 of those had been unresolved when the plugging order took place. The Double L Queen site, the large site that we started with the aerial footprint, had been an unreported site. And so I'm not making the claim that any one type of well is going to have any more. I am going to go to some more detail looking at strictly marginal wells, just because that is what we are looking at as part of this rulemaking. But I am not making the claim that one is going to be more likely to have a release than another. Next slide, please. So again, I pulled BOE for the year 2024. That was just my decision looking at this independently. I compared this with all of our environmental data, so not just data from 2024. What I was really doing is the burden for mediation would fall towards OCD in certain examples, and so I was trying to kind of make a consideration for what that could possibly look like if these wells were abandoned. What would that look like to our environmental bureau? So again, unresolved, unreported incidents have nothing to do with this. So as you can see from the data on the left, this is total incidents by production. So the data on the right, on the left graph, is 900 to a little over 1,000. So I kind of went a little over what the rule said, just on the basis of those wells could feasibly go either way. They could increase production and I would never see anything to do with them. Or so as you can see, the oldest, the lowest producing wells are the ones that we have the most incidents on. So that's between 0 and 299 BOE for the year 2024. Those had the most incidents on them. More important to that, though, is probably the graph on the second graph here. That second graph actually shows that out of those incidents, the operations takes care of most of them historically, but there's still a significant number of them that remain outstanding. In other words, under OCD rule, under Part 29, cleanup is supposed to happen within a certain time frame. This is showing that those have remained active beyond those time frames, and so those incidents have remained unresolved. And so those lowest producing sites are the ones that we see issues with. This is important to me and important to Enviro because even, again, we're not talking associated facilities with these wells. We're not talking any additional financial assurance being associated with these releases. But even with 1,000 sites that environmental could end up with at $36,000 per site, that's $35 million. Next slide, please. The reason this is important to me is because some of these sites, the lack of revenue of inactive sites just leaves some of these operators more likely to walk away from these sites. We're not necessarily saying that smaller operators are going to be more prone to any of these issues, but there is some financial instability there. And if you're looking at a 10, my examples of what we've seen so far, if you're looking at a $10 million site and you don't have $10 million of on inactive wells that are not producing and not making any revenue. Next slide, please. To continue on that, I want to give kind of an outline of how OCD Environmental handles noncompliance. So in these cases, typically we reach out to operators and notify them of outstanding issues that we find. Sometimes they respond, sometimes they don't. If we don't get resolution informally, then the process would move to a notice of a violation. Notice of violation would then go through our legal process. Oftentimes that is several meetings back and forth with legal and with technical to address any concerns. Our only real identifiable option is to either docket this for hearing or that the NOV is settled with an admission of the violations and a way to perform remediation, either by the operator or at times that we've seen by OCD. This is a pattern that we see for most NOVs, but more specifically, a pattern we regularly see with smaller and mid-size operators. Next slide, please. Now, I realize this is anecdotal, but this is a realistic example of the type of conversations that environmental is having when attempting to enforce and to gain compliance on some of these environmental issues. This is a redacted email that I received that disclosed basically the operator throwing their hands up saying that we don't have the money to complete all the remediation projects that are listed on the NOV. What do we do about it? And so this leaves environmental trying to negotiate ways to gain remediation through our processes with operators that don't have the capital to do so. Next slide, please. Like I said, I realize that's highly anecdotal, but this is a common conversation that I've had when trying to, sometimes after the NOV, but sometimes even before the NOV, when we're informally trying to resolve these issues. This, to me, the biggest thing here to me is that this rule is not changing any part of environmental permitting, environmental financial assurance, any portion of that. But to me, this is putting some of that obligation back on to these operators to both do the diligence associated with obtaining these wells, as well as planning for the inevitable closure of the wells, as well as some of the environmental costs associated with that. With that being said, none of this is well bond amounts that we've evaluated for this rule. That's not me. I didn't evaluate any of those. But to some extent, if OCD is better able to get costs associated back with those operations, there will be more left over in the rec fund to be able to compensate for some of the remediation and reclamation processes that we have. Next slide, please. This has kind of been said multiple times. This data is both from our initial grant report, which is attached, as well as from the LSC report, which we've also talked to some extent. This is just indicating another risk factor associated with wells that have been abandoned. Methane leaks in over 60% from both reports. They encompass different dates and different amounts of wells, but we all know methane contaminates groundwater and can pose long-term environmental health risks. One more slide. So to me, there is benefit. There's also a lot of assistance on where we're going to spend this funding. So we have limited funding for environmental impacts. Recovering costs with financial assurance, to me, is a benefit to Enviro based on having more funding available for these very costly environmental cleanups. As I said, these are not statistical, and they are maybe not always what we're going to see, but they are costly enough that they do deserve some consideration and are excuse me. These costs do serve New Mexico as a way to prevent public health or and promote public health and accountability. Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, that concludes Ms. Romero's summary of her direct testimony. We do not offer rebuttal or surrebuttal through this witness. So at this time, I would move admission of OCD exhibits 10, 11, 12, 20, 26, 27, and 28A through G. And I would offer the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr.
Hearing
Tremaine.
examiner.
Ms. Tripp.
Yes, ma'am. So we would object to the graphs in the slides. We've not had a chance to cross-examine Ms. Romero about the source of that data and how it was promulgated. And so if we could reserve that objection and conclusion until after her testimony is complete.
All right, I will take up the admission of exhibits once cross-exam is over. Are you going to begin our questioning, Ms. Tripp?
I believe Mr. Svalzo will begin.
Moga will start with cross, Madam Hearing Officer.
Go ahead, Mr. Swazo.
Ms. Romero, good morning.
Good morning.
You said you're the Environmental Bureau Chief at OCD, correct?
Yes,
And your background's environmental science, water resources, not petroleum engineering or economics. Is that accurate?
that is accurate.
And just to confirm the scope of your testimony, it's limited to environmental compliance and cleanup projects. You're not opining on statutory authority or bonding, correct?
I am not.
Okay. I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the case studies that you brought up. You testified about the Reed State and the Double L Queen tank battery projects, which had costs between $5 and $7 million, correct?
I did.
Okay. But you also cited the Artesia Metex and the BRC Madera, which cost a fraction of that, right?
I did.
And those costs were more in the tens of thousands of dollars, correct?
Yes, to specify, this is the difference between remediation costs and reclamation costs.
Sure. So I guess the average cost figure of $6.37 million per site in your slides is driven by what I guess you could consider extreme outliers. Is that accurate?
It's the data that we have available. Again, we have not done as many of these sites as I would like, but
Sure.
Those are the sites that I had data on.
Okay. But you're just showing those as the extreme end of how expensive these sites could be compared to what they typically are?
Could be and not necessarily typically be. The reclamation sites, for example, are the minimum. That is the sites that we did the bare minimum on. We did surface reclamation, we did a little bit of salvage, but these are sites that did not go into the detail of, digging and hauling and some of the sampling and all of the stuff that is included with remediation. And so the reclamation portion, those lower end sites are the bare minimum sites, and these bigger sites are where we did everything.
But I guess I just want to make sure that I get the correct takeaway from your testimony and your slides. And that is that most of these sites to remediate or reclaim costs far less than 6 point whatever million dollars, right?
My testimony is that that can be highly variable and that we really don't know until you start doing cleanup.
But you would still say that 6 million, 7 million, that's an outlier type of project.
I'm saying that we have a very small sample size, so I don't think we can really determine what an accurate average would be.
Okay, that's fair. Moving on, I think you said that roughly 1 in 5 well sites report some sort of release regardless of what type of well they are, correct?
Yes.
So that means that, marginal wells are not necessarily a source of release problems. It can be high production wells also, correct?
1 in 5, regardless. Yes.
Yeah. And just to confirm what you said, you testified that current OCD remediation projects are often at sites where there was no release reported, right?
This example sites, the sites that we do have statistics for, were unreported sites.
Well, I guess my question is compliance with OCD's rules and enforcement depends on whether or not the operator reports those releases. Is that correct?
I really can't speculate on things that have not been reported. I'm tied to what has been reported to OCD.
Okay. Now, you said non-compliance is a predictor of orphaning. And essentially, I guess, as I understood your testimony, that's based on examples of small operators who failed to respond to NOVs. Is that correct?
That has to do more, yes, it's to NOVs, primarily. What we're looking at is if we've notified an operator that they have an issue and they're responding that they're not able to resolve their issues.
Yeah. And just to be clear, the division is not, or I guess applicants have not proposed changes to OCD rules to assist with remediation and reclamation projects, right?
None of this rule affects anything in the spill rule. There's no financial assurance associated with any changes to environmental programs.
Right. And so the purpose of your testimony in this proceeding is to show that these are other associated costs that pertain to well sites. And if these rules that are not related to remediation and reclamation are passed, that OCD will have more funds to deal with the issues you face. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
I want to understand earlier, you said that you did not begin certain reclamation projects until after you had received federal funds. Can you help me understand that a little bit better?
I received this position in 2022. It was my understanding that most of our additional reclamation funds had been being used on plugging. That Brandon may be able to allude to more details on that, but we received grant funding in 2023, and that is when we started these environmental projects.
Okay. So it's your understanding that OCD was not performing remediation and reclamation projects because they didn't have the funds and were needing federal funds? I just want to understand what
I was not a part of that program at that time, so.
Okay,
cannot say
I can save that question for Mr. Powell. Let's go back to the Double L Queen and the Reed Estate. Those were, I guess, essentially legacy or historic contamination sites, correct?
We'd have to define historic or legacy. as they were unreported. I cannot say when they happened or how long they'd been there.
So you don't know if those incidents at those two sites occurred prior to the current OCD rules being in effect?
I could not say. Again, we are reliant on operators to report them, and they had not been reported, so I could not say.
Has OCD conducted a statewide study of the average remediation costs for operator managed sites?
I am not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Is that something that you think would be useful?
I am tied to using our statewide purchasing agreement. If operations had costs that they could present, I would be happy to look at them, but their costs are always going to be slightly different than ours.
Okay. In your slides and in your testimony, you did not present any data showing how often operators complete reclamation successfully without OCD involvement, correct?
If we can bring up the side-by-side slide, I can kind of explain a little bit better.
Okay. Can you tell us which slide you want us to pull up?
Let me, I want to say it's either 9 or 10. Hold on. Actually, slide 11. Okay, just as an example, and again, this is strictly looking at lower producing wells. On the right, we have total incidents. That's a total number. So it looks like about 1,500. I'm sorry, on the left. On the right, we have active incidents, meaning unresolved, 600 or so. And so you guys can kind of do the math here. So for these particular ones, that, 600 are unresolved. The rest of them were taken care of by operations.
But that's just what OCD knows about, I guess. I mean, I know operators are required to report releases above a certain threshold, and they're classified as major and minor and so forth. But do you know whether operators clean up their own spills and then not report it?
Anything over 5 barrels should be reported to OCD. So even if the cleanup is happening, that would be not in compliance with OCD rules.
Okay.
Anything under 5 barrels, they should be cleaning up. Those are not reported, so I could not. I mean, they are technically supposed to clean them up, but I could not testify to any of that, as that's not something that would be reported to us.
Okay. So, I mean, it sounds like there's some data gaps, but that's a helpful explanation. Let me ask you this, because I know that funding for reclamation and restoration projects is an issue. And in your view, these rules would help free up funds to do the work that you're tasked with at OCD. Are you actively pursuing any other sources of funds to address remediation and reclamation efforts through the division?
Not that I am personally doing or that I'm aware of.
Okay. And I guess my last question is, with respect to the well sites that you discussed in your testimony, do you know what financial assurances were in place for those sites?
I'm not the bond administrator. I do not.
Yes. Madam Hearing Officer, no further questions for Mrs. Romero. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Suazo. Ms. Tripp, will you be going next?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer. Ms. Romero, can you hear me okay? Just want to make
I
sure.
can.
Through the process, okay. And so thank you again for being here. We appreciate your time and your expertise. I'm an attorney for the Independent Petroleum Association of New Mexico. And so I'm going to ask you a couple questions about your testimony and your slide that we've been provided with. And I'll try to avoid the areas that Mr. Svalzo's already covered. So I think I'd like to just start with your slides, and it's probably easiest for me to share my screen as we go through so we are both looking at the same thing, if I could get that permission. Okay. Ms. Romero, are you looking at these? Let me scroll to the very top so we are on the same one. This is OCD Exhibit 12. Is that what you see on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And apologize as we move through. First, in terms of the remediation data that you pulled for projects years fiscal year 23 to 25, with respect to OCD project costs, what does that refer to?
This is just the orphan well project. This is for strictly the remediation and reclamation projects. This does not include OCD staff or anything to that extent, just the funding that was spent on these large projects.
And where do those numbers, who gathers those numbers and where do they come from?
That is OCD environmental numbers. They are all of these invoices are public information. The last page of my testimony, the direct testimony, actually, I included a graph that has all of those numbers drawn out specifically.
Okay, and so the numbers are from invoices that OCD is contracting with environmental reclamation or remediation services?
Yes.
And are those costs subject to the statewide price agreement?
Yes.
And so in your role, do you review those invoices and approve them?
To some extent, yes.
Can you expand on that? What do you mean by to some extent?
I'm not always picking which fund they come out of or getting approval for, but I am the one typically requesting funds, and my staff and I are the ones reviewing invoices that come in and referring them to our financial people.
Okay, and when you review those invoices, typically what things are you looking at?
That they comply with the statewide price agreement.
And so if you most likely have a much better understanding of how the statewide price agreement works, can you expand on or explain that?
Vendors, most of these contractors in short, become vendors that are listed on the price agreement. Costs are set by that price agreement. For example, trucking a truck or a professional is going to be paid at the rate listed on the price agreement. And so any bids that we receive, we review to have to reflect those costs associated that are already listed on the price agreement.
And so to distinguish it from other sort of state procurement projects where it's a single project and you bid, you have several contractors submit bids to complete the entire project, soup to nuts, start to finish. The statewide price agreement actually specifies the line item costs. Is that right?
Line item costs are listed on there, but we also do get bids from multiple associated contractors.
And are you familiar with where those contractors are located in the state of New Mexico?
I'm sorry?
Where the contractors that are performing these services under the statewide price agreement, where they're located?
I'm not sure, like physically located?
Yes, ma'am.
Like a base of operations, is that what you're asking?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, variable places. I believe there may be even a couple of nationwide places, but most of them seem to be New Mexico based.
Are there any provisions under the statewide price agreement where you're picking contractors that are more local or geographically closer to the area of remediation or reclamation that's going to be performed?
I'm not sure if that is written specifically. We prefer to pick closer just for sort of cost savings purposes.
And so is that within your discretion as the environmental bureau chief?
We do look at that when we are looking at bids, yes.
But your area of review is limited to the reclamation or remediation process that comes after the plugging of the well. These aren't bid altogether. Is that correct?
No, they're not bid together.
And so in the slide number 6 of Exhibit 12, the real world project examples. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. So the Reed estate was a well. Is that correct?
It was a well.
Okay. And then the double L Queen tank and the Kano tank battery, those were both tank batteries. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said in this, the graph on page 6 that you excluded the Kano tank battery costs because those were incomplete. And this orange line then represents the cost of the double L Queen, the Reed estate, and the Chusa tank battery. Am I understanding that graph correctly?
Also not included, the chooses, also incomplete.
Okay. Okay.
Since this was created and submitted to the hearings office, we've found additional contamination at Chusa, and that bonding has increased by at least 1.5 million.
And I'm sorry, can you
I'm
explain
sorry,
what you
not
mean?
bonding.
Oh.
I'm sorry, that was my misfigure. The purchase order has increased by about 1.5 million.
Okay, I understand. And so by average, you're simply adding the 5.3 million and the 7.3 million together and dividing by 2. Is that the process?
Yes.
Thank you. But as you said earlier, this double L Queen and the Reed estate are somewhat extreme examples for the size of reclamation or remediation required.
Again, this alludes to mostly within my experience here at OCD. Most of the sites we're not seeing are that big, whether reported by operators or sites that we're looking at doing reclamation or remediation of them. Most of them are not that large.
And within, when you're deciding on which project to start next or which needs the most attention, is there a prioritization schedule that you follow within the engineering department? Or I'm sorry, environmental department?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. So with respect to, so I don't know if you're familiar with this Legislative Finance Committee report. Have you seen that at all?
Just some of it, yes.
Some of it, or you've heard it referenced throughout the proceeding this week. So within that report, there's an appendix that reports prioritization factors for the division in determining which wells to be plugged and immediacy. Do those same factors apply to reclamation and remediation projects?
They would. We do have to consider the scope of the project versus the cost of the project when making those kind of decisions. I'm not wholly responsible. Those are done by the division as a whole. We do have recommendations, though, that we would send to the leaders in the division on that.
Can you expand a little bit on that process in terms of how the decision is made and of which well or which reclamation project is to be approved?
Again, my recommendation is what I would submit to my upper management, and I base that probably more than engineering does, or equally to. We do that entirely separately, but I base that on risk factors, cost. Sometimes we are looking at location to try and get one close to the other, so you're not looking at as much travel costs. There's multiple factors. That's why we do have to look at what the scope of work is, associated costs, and make recommendations to our management.
And when you refer to the upper management group, who are you considering in that?
That would be both deputy directors and the director of the division.
And so it's your testimony here today that the decision made about which projects are to the ordering or the prioritization that happens between the deputy director and the director. Am I understanding that right?
I would believe so. Right. Again, I make recommendations. That doesn't necessarily, I'm not always aware of how much funding is available. And so that does include management.
And so when you talk about what funding's available, do you have any, I believe in your testimony, you do refer to the reclamation fund. So what's your understanding of that fund and how it exists?
I know we have a reclamation fund. It tends to, we do a lot of our plugging on that side. I know that happens from the reclamation fund. For example, some of these projects that we started with federal dollars, when federal dollars ran out, there were times we requested funding from reclamation fund to be able to complete a project. But again, that's not a decision I make. I'm not aware of how much is in it. I don't keep any of that kind of stuff. What I do is make my recommendations in order to finish these projects.
Okay, and so you're not aware of the sources that funnel into the reclamation fund?
I am not.
Okay, but it is you're testifying today in support of the proposed rule changes. Is that correct?
I am.
Okay, and so to the extent that you believe there will be more funds available for reclamation or remediation projects, how does the proposed rule increase those funds?
Now, how do I want to word this? We have multiple sources of funding. We all are aware of that. I am not doing a line by line evaluation of the proposed changes here. A lot of that is going to affect other agencies. And I do believe you will see a line by line from OCD in the upcoming testimony. Is my understanding and my evaluation of this that if OCD is better able to reclaim funds from a financial assurance source in order to do plugging and to complete the cost of plugging, some of other sources of funding that we've been utilizing for plugging could be utilized to complete more of these reclamation projects or remediation projects.
So it's your testimony that the proposed rules would result in a reallocation of funds within the reclamation?
Objection, misstates testimony, and I'll leave it at that.
Ms. Tripp?
Well, Madam Hearing Officer, she's testified in her direct testimony. She states that there are impacts on the reclamation fund, and in her slide summary, she testified that she's in support of this rule. So I'm trying to understand, trying to put the whole picture together. If this is the environmental bureau chief for the division, and I would anticipate that she has the expertise to make that evaluation.
So Mr. Tremaine, she did mention the reclamation, but
She did, but that's a misstatement of her testimony. What she testified to is the fact that if OCD as a whole recovers financial assurance, that is returned to the reclamation fund. Putting more money back in the reclamation fund makes more money available, potentially, if appropriated, in the reclamation fund. That's the entirety of what her testimony stands for. It's not a reallocation or a repurposing of the reclamation fund. Ms. Tripp is eliciting a very nuanced legal conclusion from Ms. Romero. That's not appropriate. I understand the underpinnings of the question, but that's not what she testified to.
all right. So Ms. Romero, if you would please avoid offering legal interpretations, but if you have anything to add to your earlier testimony, you can say it.
I believe I've answered the question.
So, Ms. Romero, and I understand you haven't performed a line-by-line review, but have you discussed at least the effects or the impact of the proposed rule?
The impact, please elaborate.
The changes. Have you reviewed what the changes are proposed? Either within financial assurance or operator registration or plugging and abandonment of wells?
I've read the rule, yes.
And have you reviewed the proposed rule changes?
I've reviewed the proposed rule changes.
And so is there a plan within your department to implement the rule changes?
As I stated earlier, the proposed rule changes are not changing any portion of the rule that I would manage.
But at page 11 of your testimony, the table A, total costs, in line 4 on page 11, you state additional financial assurances deter undercapitalized operators. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so explain to me again the link there between operators and financial assurances.
Asked and answered.
I haven't asked that question, Madam Hearing Officer.
Yeah, I don't remember that that particular question was answered, Mr. Romero.
It was answered a little bit differently. What I'm specifically saying here is that undercapitalized, as in if you don't mind, can we bring it up on the screen?
Yes, ma'am, just a second.
Okay. Specifically what I'm saying here as it relates to environmental, financial assurance is just in a different way of saying an operator should be doing their diligence in obtaining their assets and preparing for inevitable end of life of that well. Whether financial assurance does not include any environmental costs, but if they're better prepared for plugging and abandoning of the wells, and they're better prepared for the environmental associated cost as well.
Thank you, but you're not offering any opinion then about the sources of funding of the reclamation fund or how the proposed rules may affect those sources. Is that's my understanding at this
I
point?
am not offering any opinion on that. It is outside of my expertise.
And when you're reviewing the invoices that are related to the reclamation or remediation projects, are you reviewing for the reasonableness of those charges?
Yes.
And would it be reasonable for a contractor to charge for 10 employees per diem, but only submit pay tickets for 4 employees?
I'm not understanding exactly what you're asking.
Well, the statewide price agreement provides for a per diem allocation. Is that correct?
When it's needed, that doesn't necessarily mean that's. I'm not sure what you're asking here.
And so when you receive an invoice, typically there's supplemental material with that invoice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so there are employee work tickets, which demonstrate which employees worked which days and which hours. Is that fair? Or are you familiar with that?
At times, I'm not always directly reviewing these invoices, but
Are there other members in your department or division that are reviewing these invoices for that?
yes.
And then are you approving the invoices?
Not solely, but yes.
And so if you looked at an invoice that reported and charged for 10 employees, but work tickets were only provided for 4 employees, would that be a reasonable charge?
That would be a reasonable and appropriate time to ask for additional information.
And is there a procedure or a protocol that's followed within the division in terms of reviewing invoices and what steps to take?
We review invoices according to their accuracy. If there's anything that is flagged for being unable to be answered, we would reach back out to the vendor and ask additional questions to clarify.
And so similar question on invoices. If a remediation project was targeting, it was assigned for 2 tanks that were located within a quarter mile of each other, would you be reviewing mileage on each of those invoices?
We do have to look at them separately.
I agree, you have to
They're
look at them
per
separately.
project. Yeah, these are per project. I'm not really sure where we're going here.
Sure. So to the extent that a contractor is charging 200 miles for transit from their base to the reclamation site, and there are 2 reclamation sites that are located a quarter mile from each other, would you be reviewing that the 200-mile charge is not showing up on both invoices?
Well, that would be an appropriate time to ask, is this the same person going to 2 different places, or is this 2 different people going to 2 different places?
And
It
that's
would just merit some additional questions. I don't know.
okay. And that's why it would be important to have that supplemental information and to review the work tickets for the specific employees. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and so I'd like to ask you some questions about OCD Exhibit 12. It's page 10, and I'll share my screen. And this is the chart of marginal reported releases for marginal and non-marginal wells. And I think in your direct testimony, you mentioned that you worked with an IT person within the division to grab the information or the data that's underlying this pie chart. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you explained to that IT person of what wells should be considered marginal, what parameters did you give that?
I actually used just over 1,000 so that I could encompass some additional details. I believe the number was anything below 1,200.
So it's your testimony here today that in this pie chart on page 10 of OCD Exhibit 12, marginal status refers to wells producing less than 1,200 BOE or BOE, or I'm sorry, BOE equivalent is redundant, but per year. Is that right?
Yeah. Can you rephrase that? I'm
Sure.
misunderstanding.
So the parameters that you gave your IT employee to review and create this chart for a marginal well would be defined as less than 1,200 barrels of oil equivalent per year. And for the year, you use 2024 production data.
Okay, this is where I was misunderstanding. I had an IT person pull all wells in order to compare BOE to incident data. I use a filter and I did under 1,200 just so I could encompass some additional details. And so the creation of this pie chart was based on my filtering of under 1,200. That was just my decision and inability to look at this data. Really, I just was generally looking to see if there was any patterns. And so it is 2024 calendar year, important to say, BOE data, but it is all incident data and for all wells. That includes whether they're marginal status or not. For this particular one, and when I say 1,200, that is actually for the next screen. For this screen, we just use the 1,000. And just to kind of get a gauge for if there was any particular well that was going to have more incidents. They all seem to be about average, the same.
Okay, so to clarify, OCD Exhibit 12, page 10 is a filter that you applied that is 1,000 BOE per year. Is that right?
For the, I'm sorry, what page are we, we're talking
Same-
about this
same
particular
page.
page, right?
Same page.
This
yes.
particular page is filtered by 1,000 BOE, yes. Some of these had zero reporting. Those I included separately. That included temporary and abandoned wells. I included that separately. And then I included all other wells. And so that is just navigated to say that 1 in 5 of all of those types of wells typically has a release.
And just so everyone in the room and the commission understands as well as me, but the incident is, so the data for the production is only calendar year 2024, but the incidence is the entire well history. Is that correct?
All reported incidents, yes.
All reported incidents. Thank you. All right. And then, and to be sure here, and I'm sorry if we're reviewing again and again, but there was some discussion yesterday. So you've reviewed the proposed rules, but you did not use the parameters in the amended petition for marginal well in this analysis of average of incidents.
In this analysis, I did for average of incidents. It's the next screen that I kind of went a little outside.
Did you incorporate any filter for production days to define marginal wells?
I did not.
Okay, and you're aware that the proposed definition of marginal well is a well that produces less than 1,000 BOE and, not or, as we discussed yesterday, 180 days production.
I am not the Excel guru that Mr. Garcia is. I tried to keep this as simplistic as possible. When I determined that there was not a significant differences in the number of releases these wells were having, I moved on.
So all we should really take from page 10 of your demonstrative of your slides, which is Exhibit 12, is that the number of reported incidents or the percentage of reported incidents is relatively even across all categories of wells.
Yes, that is all I was saying here.
Thank you. And so then the next page, which is page 11 of your slides, this is where you're referring to marginal wells, and the filter that you used is less than 1,200 BOE.
Yes, and you can see that too on the far right, on the very bottom of that graph will show what that looks like.
Okay, and I was a little bit confused here. So the subheader that states wells with less than 1,000 BOE, this chart is including wells with less than 1,200 BOE.
It does. My focus was mostly on the oldest of those. The lowest producing of those. I don't always mean oldest. Those don't necessarily mean oldest, but the lowest producing of those. And so while I did use that filter, and maybe I probably should have labeled that a little bit better. My focus was on the lowest producing, which would have been the below 300.
Okay, and so then I have another question about labels where it says X incidents, Y BOE. And I would interpret that as to mean that the X-axis is reporting incidents and the Y-axis, which is typically vertical, is barrels of oil equivalent. Is the chart different? Because
this may have been my interpretation. I changed this a couple of times to make it a little more visual. I think those may have gotten reversed, but just to be clear, the 0 to 1,500 or 1,800 and is what I'm referring to as incidents, and the very bottom line is what I'm referring to as BOE.
And these are categories of wells that are grouped into purely BOE output. There's no consideration of days production.
I did not do days production in this.
Thank you. Actually, I should have left that up on the screen. So let me pull it back up. Okay, the next page of your slides, non-compliance is a strong predictor of future orphaning. And we heard this several times throughout your direct testimony. And the statement you have here in the first bullet is that operators who are non-compliant with regulations related to site remediation or reclamation are more likely to leave wells unplugged and sites unreclaimed after ceasing production. And did I read that bullet correctly? Ms. Romero, is that, are we looking at the same slide? Page
Yes.
12? Page 12 of Exhibit 12, thank you. So when you say more likely, was that based on any analysis of the master orphan well spreadsheet, OCD Exhibit 17?
Not specifically. Although
And-
all of the wells on the master orphan list would be considered non-compliant.
Yes. However, it's my understanding of your testimony is that non-compliance is a predictor. And so in order to be a predictor, there needs to be some type of linkage or analysis. And so did you review the history of those orphan wells on Exhibit 17?
I did state on my testimony that this was based on my experience here at OCD.
Okay, and we've heard that phrase a couple times throughout the proceeding, that the proposed rules are based on OCD staff experience. And so you stated earlier, I believe you started working in 2022. And so is your opinion about a predictor I'm sorry, let me restate this question. Is your opinion about non-compliance being a predictor based on any quantitative analysis?
This is based on my experience and what I typically deal with when looking to enforce on non-compliant operations. When faced with non-compliant operators, I see a very typical pattern.
And that pattern is based on your experience from 2022 to today. Is that right?
It is.
Okay, and in developing or identifying that pattern, did you review any select cases? Did you make a chart of all the people or all the operators you've enforced against and whether their wells became orphaned?
I did not.
Thank you. And then it's page 15 of your slides that were key points summarizing your testimony. I have it highlighted here, but you state that, and it may not be a statement, I'm not sure if it's a quote from your direct testimony, but here it says the petition prevents high remediation costs by encouraging compliance while operators are active. Can you expand on that? How the petition, meaning the proposed rules, encourages compliance among operators?
Encouraging wells to remain active and producing usually means that there are funds available to counter remediation costs.
So operators having the ability to maintain wells online and producing is an important source of revenue to address remediation and reclamation costs.
I'm saying that a source of revenue and remediation costs should be part of operators' business plan.
Well, then maybe I should back up against. So right. Okay. So for us, you highlighted 3 examples in your direct testimony and today during these slides. And the first one was the Reed Estate number 1. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. In preparing your testimony or in that reclamation and remediation project, did you review any of that well file or that well history?
Not personally.
Would it have been somebody in your staff that reviewed it to then provide you with this information?
Yes.
Okay, and so you also talked a bit about enforcement and compliance and the OCD process in terms of issuing notices of violation. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And so you didn't look in picking the Reed Estate number one as an example of reclamation and remediation costs. You didn't look to the fact that OCD actually took authority of that well and plugged it in 2015.
Can you restate? I'm not sure what you mean here.
You weren't aware of the fact that the Reed Estate was plugged by OCD in 2015. Is that fair, or you were aware?
I was not aware. I
Okay.
do believe the plugging order was in 2018, so I
Um,
I didn't even work at OCD at that point, so I don't have any information for what happened in 2015.
okay, but you are familiar with the notice of violation and the enforcement process that the division uses?
Yes.
Okay. And would it surprise you that the first notice of violation in the Reed Estate number one, I believe was in July 2008?
I would not. It does take some time to work on these.
And that the next notice of violation or letter of violation was issued in January of 2011.
Objection. She closed that door. Ms. Romero doesn't know anything about the compliance history and the plugging enforcement of that well. She's already testified to that. This is effectively counsel testifying.
I think she did close that door, Ms. Tripp. And let's see. Oh, you have 9 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. But you did state that it takes some time for the division to get an operator either into compliance or take authority of a well.
Generally,
And is that timeline driven by any specific regulations or rules?
I would say probably in 2015, I don't believe they had reclamation fund for that, but I could not testify to that exactly. I think that question would be left better to Mr. Powell.
What about now? Are there reclamation funds available for wells that the OCD has issued letters of violation or notices of violation?
I do not know. That would be a better question for Mr. Powell.
And so is the timeline different when there are reclamation funds available for the OCD?
Different for what?
Different in the sense, you say, I can't testify about what happened in 2015, I wasn't there, but now you are at OCD and you've been there since 2022. And so is the timeline different with federal funds or with $66.7 million in the reclamation fund?
From what I am aware, our allotted rec fund dollars went to mostly plugging, and to what extent we could do. But that question is probably better left for Mr. Powell to go into further detail.
In just a second, I'm going to check and make sure that I covered all the areas that I had. I think that's all I have for you today. Thank you, Ms. Romero.
Thank you, Ms. Tripp. Mr. Sayer, do you have questions of Ms. Romero? All right. Mr. Rankin?
I do, Madam Hearing Officer. It's about 10:20. Is it an okay time to take a mid-morning break, do you think, or do you want me to proceed? I'll probably have close to my time for my questions.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Let's come back at 10:35.
Thank you.
Let's come back from that extended break. Let's see, Ms. Romero is on the platform, and it is Mr. Rankin's turn to ask questions.
Good morning, Ms. Romero. How are you today?
Good, thank you for asking.
Good. So yeah, I'm Adam Rankin. I represent OCC in this case. And I do have a couple questions for you. I'm trying again not to retread ground, but there are some areas that I do feel like I want to clarify or explore a little bit more deeply with you. Just to start out, I'm going to share my screen and just confirm my understanding of the scope of your testimony, and then we'll dig in from there. But my understanding is that your testimony is focused on the process, standards, and costs associated with the division's remediation and reclamation of orphaned wells in the state. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. But as I understand from your testimony, that the costs associated with those activities are not included in the assessment of the one well plugging bond for marginal wells that's being proposed under this rulemaking, correct?
they're not.
And isn't it true that costs for remediation and reclamation are not part of the statutory scheme for bond financial assurance under the Oil and Gas Act?
Objection, legal conclusion.
Is it your,
Ms. Romero, please just remember not to offer legal interpretations.
I can rephrase it, Ms. Romero, do you have an understanding that remediation and reclamation costs are not included under this regulatory scope of financial assurance for under the Oil and Gas Act?
Remediation costs are not identified.
Okay. At the bottom of the same page, you state that the division has an orphan well program that's focused on plugging and reclaiming abandoned oil and gas wells, and that I understand from your testimony that program started in 2023. Is that correct?
The plugging and abandonment started prior to 2023. We only started doing remediation programs in 2023.
Right. The division's been plugging for some time, right? But okay, so you only started the remediation associated with the plugging in 2023.
Yes.
Okay, so when you talk about the orphan well program, you're talking about the reclamation and remediation aspect of the plugging. Is that right?
Reword, please.
Let me
I'm not sure.
rephrase that. I guess I'm just trying to understand like that. So when you talk about the orphan well program, you're talking about both the plugging and the reclamation and remediation, but the reclamation and remediation only started in 2023.
Generally, this is overview. The program started prior to 2023. We did not start incorporating remediation programs until 2023.
Okay. I think that clarifies it for me. And then following that sentence, you say the program is funded by the Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund and supplemented by federal grants, correct?
Yes.
And in the federal grants, that is just so I'm clear, there's been one federal grant that the division has received, which is associated with the report that you submitted as part of your exhibit packet.
There have been multiple, I believe, but I don't want to testify as to a list or I don't actually apply for the grants.
Okay.
I just spend the money.
It seems like there's plenty to spend. I mean, not to spend, but to spend on. So the funding here that you're referencing is the Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund, and then federal grants. But you're not an expert on how many or how far back they go, that sort of thing, right? But those are the two sources of funding that you've identified for the orphan well program that you're involved in, right?
Yes.
Is the Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund the primary source of funding for the program?
Not that I have utilized. As stated previously, primarily I was utilizing the federal grant funds for remediation. There has been some supplementing via the rec fund, but I don't have the full cost breakdown in front of me.
Okay. But you have available to you both the federal grant funds and the oil and gas reclamation fund to support your program of reclamation and remediation, right?
I believe Brandon would probably be better to answer that question. I am told what funding to use. I do not go out and determine what funding can be used.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking you is because you testified that if with this bonding, if it were to this financial assurance plan, if it were to pass, you testified that it would make more money available for you for your reclamation and remediation projects, right?
I'm saying some there's a finite amount of funding available. How that is differentiated will be at the discretion of upper management, both the deputy director and the director when and if that time comes. But at this time, I do believe we're spending significant amount for funding for plugging only. And so I definitely would like to see more funding available for remediation and reclamation.
So the funding the money that you're talking about being spent, significant funding being spent is from the oil and gas reclamation fund, and that's targeting the plugging. Is that what you're saying?
I believe so.
Okay, but that's to the best of your understanding. I mean, all I can ask of you is to tell me what to the best of your knowledge, right?
Yes.
Okay, so just to kind of loop back on this, then the two sources of funding, two primary sources of funding, or two sources of funding that you're aware of for the orphan well program, which would include plugging as well as your reclamation and remediation, are the oil and gas reclamation fund and then the federal grants that the division has applied for and received, right?
Yes.
Okay, now what about redeemed plugging bonds?
What about them?
Is that not also a source of funding that the division could draw on to support its orphan well program?
That's probably a better question for Brandon.
Yeah, but you didn't include that in your list of sources for funding for the orphan well program in your testimony, correct?
I did not include that.
Okay, and so are you aware of that being a source of funding at all for the orphan well program currently with the division?
I personally can't speak to that.
Okay. So you don't have knowledge of whether or not or to what extent the plugging bonds are being redeemed to help support the orphan well program, right?
I do not.
Okay. So then who is the, I mean, you're pointing me to Brandon to answer those questions, correct?
Generally, director level would be policy questions.
Okay.
We're still in the technical details. I do technical details. Generally, Brandon would do policy details.
Okay. In your testimony, you talked about the prioritization of wells and facilities. And I understand from your written testimony that your program, let me rephrase that, the orphan well program targets or identifies facilities and wells that pose the greatest threat to human health and the environment. Is that right?
That is specifically how I elected to start with the projects that I did.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious because I don't think it came through either in your written testimony or your oral testimony. How is the surface aspect of the orphan well program coordinated with the downhole plugging portion of the program? When you choose sites to remediate and reclaim, is it based off of the wells that are plugged, or do you separately identify sites that require remediation and reclamation without regard to whether or not there's also a priority for plugging a well at that location.
The authority and order must already be in place. Typically, it doesn't make a lot of sense to do the remediation prior to the plugging, so we tend to follow the plugging. But these sites are evaluated separately.
Okay, so in other words, even though it's a real high priority, maybe a real high priority site that has terrible remediation and reclamation, it doesn't make any sense to go do that site until you've got authority to plug it, because you want to do it after the well's already been plugged, I guess. Is that right?
We still need the same authorities.
Okay. So again, the division or the orphan well program targets wells and facilities that are the greatest threat to human health and the environment. Does that also indicate, does that mean, let me rephrase it. The fact that they're pose the greatest threat to human health and the environment, does that also indicate that they tend to be the most costly locations to remediate and reclaim?
I don't have enough data to support that. I don't have the data to say that one would be more costly or another. I don't have enough data for a statistical analysis.
Okay. So is OCD actually tracking that data to understand what are the principal factors that are driving costs for its orphan well program?
I'm not sure what you mean there. Can you rephrase, please?
Well, I guess I was asking you about, whether the sites that cause or the greatest threat to human health and the environment are the more expensive locations. And you said that you haven't done a statistical analysis to make that determination. And then my next question is, is the division tracking that information so that it could do that analysis?
Well, considering we've only done the two major sites, that we of course will continue to track all the sites that we incorporate into this program, but
okay,
I
that's
don't have enough to say. Don't have enough to say.
Okay, no, I got it. That's helpful. Okay, I appreciate that. So yeah, so the two sites that you're referring to are the two that were in that slide that Mr. Suazo was walking through with you. I think it was this one. Is that right? The slide number 6.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So these represent all the sites, all 4 sites, or the total that the orphan well program has been working on or worked on for reclamation and remediation, correct?
These sites, as well as the there's a couple more on the list there.
Okay. But the only 2 that have been completed, just to be clear, sorry, the double L Queen tank and then the Reed Estate number 1, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's okay. All right. And just to be clear, again, I'll go back to your slideshow here, Exhibit 6, all your costs that you reflect on your slides and in your testimony exclude all the downhole costs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And for each slide, for the slide showing the remediation costs, those it would exclude the reclamation cost, any reclamation costs. These are just for remediation.
Those do include some reclamation costs. I can refer you to page 4 of my direct. Actually, kind of details specifically what work occurred at those sites.
Okay. And then as to reclamation, because you testified, I believe that reclamation is done first, and sometimes remediation is required after you do some site characterization. But so this slide that shows slide 9 that shows the reclamation costs would be just the reclamation costs, right?
Yes, some of these sites might still need some remediation. These were sites that the examples that I used, I think on the previous page, there was a need to salvage equipment prior to doing any remediation. So this is the average cost for reclamation of some of those things only.
Okay. All right, very good. I'm going to move on to slide 10 here, where Ms. Tripp was asking you some questions about the data. So this one, I think you answered one of my questions, is that this is just 2024 data, correct?
This is for releases. I pulled all OCD data.
All OCD data. Okay, so this slide, this is all OCD data. Okay, so the bar chart, the pie graph is all OCD data, right? Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, and I think, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to retread this, but I just want to make sure the record is very clear. So the category that you have here that identifies marginal wells, I understood you, and I'm not asking this because the record wasn't totally clear. You used a value of 1,200 BOE, barrels of oil equivalent, to identify the marginal wells when you pulled this data. Is that right?
That was for the next page. Just to be clear, for this data, I pulled all OCD incidence data. I pulled 2024 BOE data to be able to compare. This data on this page is strictly just incidents. This is not anything to do with BOE. I did filter marginal any wells below 1,000 just to see if there were any more reported on that particular definition versus some of the other definitions. And so marginal here on this page is below 1,000, non-marginal pretty much being everything else, things that were in temporary abandoned statuses, and also wells that had no reporting. This was just comparing incident data to these definitions.
Okay. And so where it says marginal well, that we understand that's just wells that produce below 1,000 barrels of oil equivalent, but it doesn't take into consideration the proposed rule that limits marginal wells to wells that have produced below 1,000 barrels of oil equivalent and fewer than 180 days, correct?
I did not take 180 days into my account. No.
Okay. And as we heard testimony from Mr. Purvis and other of applicants' witnesses, by having both conditions met, it reduces the population of wells that would fall under that category. Agree?
That is possible. I have not looked at that data.
Okay. So when we look at this category where it says marginal wells and it says 15.5%, you can't tell us whether or not that number, you can't tell us whether that's an accurate number for the purposes of understanding how many wells under the subject to the rulemaking would be in that category, correct?
What I can say is if I run this generally without any categories, 1 in 5 wells has a reported release.
Right. But if we wanted to know, because your testimony is that I believe that marginal wells have a higher rate of incidents and require more response from the division, to know whether that's true.
I specifically said that is not what I was saying with this. I am specifically saying that 1 in 5 wells, regardless of the definition, is going to have a release.
Okay.
I'm not making any claims that one is more likely than the other. My focus on this page was just to kind of evaluate the status of marginal wells. But I am not making a claim that 1 in 5 is going to be any different on any particular type of well by definition.
Okay, so, all right, well, I understand that. But on this next slide, slide 11, the first bullet says that the lowest producing wells are most likely to end up under OCD oversight, correct?
The lowest producing wells tend to be the most likely to be looking to be being abandoned. And based on that, I am looking, this is under 300. That's not significantly, I'm just looking at the lowest producing because of the higher likelihood, the greater number of releases. Operators with significant numbers of releases tend to be the ones that end up under OCC oversight.
Okay, I'm going to come back to this slide in a moment, but I'm just trying to understand the purpose of this slide, number 10. Okay, so the category for marginal wells says 15.5%, but it's only wells that have produced less than 1,000 BOE. It doesn't take into account the 180 days. So we know from Mr. Purvis's testimony that
Asked and answered.
I haven't asked my question yet.
Yeah. He's leading up to it.
Yeah. Can I finish my question? Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me get my train of thought back. So we know based on Mr. Purvis's testimony that when you use both conditions under the petition, that a well must be producing less than 1,000 barrels of oil equivalent and produce fewer than 180 days, the population of wells in the OCD database is less. Okay. Do you agree with that?
Again, asked and answered.
It's a different question.
He's trying to get at something here, and I think some of it has been confusing. Go ahead, Ms. Romero, if you have an answer.
A different category and or yes.
Okay. So you agree with me that it's a smaller population of wells under the petition?
I did not review that data.
Do you disagree with Mr. Purvis's testimony that based on the OC database is a smaller number of wells?
I did not review that data.
I'm not asking about the data. I'm asking about Mr. Purvis's testimony. Do you disagree with Mr. Purvis's testimony that's a smaller population of wells?
I did not see that testimony. I don't have an opinion here.
Okay, very well. But you have no reason to disagree with Mr. Purvis that based on his analysis and review, the population of wells that would fit under the petition would be a smaller population when you include both conditions.
Assuming that to be the case, assuming his statements are correct, it's still generally 1 in 5, regardless of that definition.
Well, I guess I'm trying to get at the point here is that if you don't know and you haven't done the analysis, how can you say that it's still 1 in 5 for what you've listed here as marginal wells, right? Because you don't know. It could be actually 10% and it might be 1 in 10 because you didn't do the analysis,
if you
right?
pull no filters at all, if we do no filtering at all, 1 in 5 wells still has a release.
But you've done filters here and you're filtering it based on what you call marginal wells. And I'm trying to understand that if you were to filter it based on what the petition is identified as marginal wells, you can't tell me that it's 1 in 5 for that category of wells. Agree?
If I say all wells with no filters, I'm saying that they're not any more or less likely to have a release.
I know, but that's not my question. My question is, if you were to apply the petition's definition of marginal wells, which requires fewer than 180 days of production and less than 1,000 barrels of oil equivalent, you can't tell me, because you haven't done the analysis, that it's 1 in 5 of those wells have a release, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
She hasn't answered it.
Yes, she hasn't. And Mr. Romero's testimony has been quite clear that this slide stands for the proposition that there is not a clear distinction between the rate of environmental incidents in different categories of wells.
And Mr. Rankin, as to every other way of trying to understand this, she has said she hasn't done the analysis.
I understand, but I'm asking her a very specific question and she hasn't answered it. My question is, she cannot tell me that under the petition with the marginal rule, the marginal well definition, that there are 1 in 5 of those marginal wells have a release, because she hasn't done that analysis. I'm just trying to get her to tell me that she hasn't done.
I think she's said that a couple of times.
No, she keeps saying that that there's that every well category has 1 in 5, and I'm saying that she hasn't done that analysis for the wells under under the petition.
Counsel, you have a ruling from the hearing officer.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to
Okay,
move on.
fine, that's fine. It's fine, fine. So on this slide, you've identified that there generally, when you look at all the wells in the division's database, there 1 in 5 have a reported release. But this slide and none of the information you provided to the commission tells us anything about the severity of those releases, right?
It does not.
It could be, and the reportable limit is 5 barrels fluids, correct?
Yes.
So it could be anywhere from the reportable threshold of 5 barrels up to something in excess of a major release, correct?
Yes.
So based on that, we can't evaluate whether any of these well categories pose a greater risk than any other category of well as far as just number of releases go, correct?
No.
And generally, lower producing wells have lower volumes of fluids. Would you agree with me that they generally would pose a lower risk because they're producing lower volumes than higher volume, higher production wells?
I think that's a little loaded. Releases can be in pipelines and tank batteries and much more associated with than just production. So I don't think I can answer that.
Okay. On this, I was confused and remain a little bit confused about this next slide 11. I understand from your discussion with Ms. Tripp that the axes are flipped and that rather than, so the y-axis actually is the number of incidents. Is that right?
Yes.
And the x-axis is the categories of barrels of oil equivalent, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. And when you prepared these charts, did you also use, I was confused by your testimony, for this data poll, was it 1,200 barrels of oil equivalent that you used to filter?
I did. Just a little further explanation. I because marginal wells tend to be the focus of this rulemaking, I did pull that subset out. I included 1,200 just because I wanted to see those that were kind of right on that line. And so I pulled this out just to get a more specific look on that production level. And again, I did not account for days in production in any of that.
Right. Okay. So that's my next question, because you didn't also use the second condition of the petition for the definition of marginal wells. This category or these incidents here would be over inclusive because you're including a larger population of wells and incidents, correct?
Possible.
Okay, you have no reason, okay, again, you have no reason to dispute Mr. Purvis's testimony that it's a smaller population of wells based on the OCD data, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So we have no idea if you were to apply both conditions here, what that data set would look like because you didn't do that, right?
I did not.
And so it may shift the data, and we don't know whether you could draw the same conclusions as you've drawn on this slide, correct?
It is possible.
And then the second bullet here, you say the incidents on the lowest producing well sites remain unresolved. And I think you're referring to the chart on the right, which is titled active incidents by production, correct?
It is.
And, but there's no timelines on this. How do I know whether they're out of scope under the rule?
90 days is typically what the rule says. If they've remained active beyond that 90 days since the data was pulled up till 2024, if we're in 2025, they're out of compliance.
Okay, I don't think I followed that. So try to explain that to me again, because I didn't understand.
Incidents, generally the process for reporting an incident is you submit a C-144 via our online permitting system. There is a 90-day timeline to complete remediation on any incident unless extensions and such are approved. Those are also documented in our C-141 process. That is also described in one of the exhibits. We have a guidance document that gives most of this information out on how that's supposed to work. This data was pulled from 2024 data. It did not include anything active on deferral, which would have given those extensions. And so all of these active incidents should have been resolved in 2024.
Okay. But nothing on this chart indicates the timeframes when these were first reported or whether they, like you said, there's no indication whether they've been approved for further work, right? It's not clear from this chart.
These, if they were approved for work, the work, sometimes there are approvals, but if the work has not been completed past that 90-day timeframe without extensions as documented on our online process, they would be out of compliance.
Right. But yeah, this doesn't indicate whether they're out of compliance or anything along those lines, correct?
I would speculate that active incidents that do not have a deferral are out of compliance.
Okay. But that would be a speculation though, right?
I'd have to go into most of them individually, but I would say it is a very high likelihood.
Mm-hmm. My question here then is on this first bullet where you say the lowest producing wells are most likely to end up under OCD oversight. Do the rules that are proposed here do anything to focus incentives or add additional requirements that would address this issue on this slide?
It is my understanding that by being active and producing on the site, they would keep those lower producers out of OCD oversight.
Okay. So this, I guess I'm focused. I meant to ask that question for this language here on slide 12, where you say operators who are not compliant with regulations related to site remediation or reclamation are more likely to leave wells unplugged and sites unreclaimed after ceasing production. Did I read that right?
Yes.
What's the basis for that statement?
Again, as I repeated earlier, this is based on my experience. Sites that have costly remediation projects that have remained unremediated and unresolved, operators are frequently choosing to abandon those sites rather than do the remediation.
Okay, got it. Or my key points. Okay, so you make 2 points here that high risk on your slide number 15, that high risk orphaned well sites often shift oversight and remediation work to OCD. And then you say that the petition prevents high remediation costs by encouraging compliance while operators are active, correct?
Yes.
And I'm trying to get the link for the second part here. How does the rule address the remediation costs? How does the proposed rule, in your understanding, address the remediation costs?
Well, this, again, specifically, rule does not address remediation outright. Uh, uh, Operators who are in compliance and prepared and have some financial assurance that assures them to complete projects associated with well plugging as well as remediation are more likely to do that on their own costs rather than to shift the oversight to OCD.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about that. So your understanding is the proposed rule shifts, attempts to prevent the shifting of the obligations or liability to the division by encouraging compliance while operators are still active. And I'm going to suggest that it does that by using two relatively narrowly focused regulatory tools. And I'm going to ask you if you agree. The first is that was addressed by Mr. Morgan in his testimony, where the proposed rule includes additional new requirements for registration and certification at the time, including at the time the wells are transferred to new operators. And it requires new operators to demonstrate that they will have the financial ability to meet the plugging and abandonment requirements under the new rule before the wells can be transferred to them. Is that your understanding?
I feel like this is a legal question.
Okay. Well, I guess, I mean, I'm just trying to understand, like, the basis for your statement that it's trying to prevent the shifting of these liabilities or costs to OCD, right? That's the purpose of the rule as you understand it.
Yes.
And I'm asking you if one of the reasons for that is because the rule has a new provision that allows the division to evaluate the financial wherewithal of the potential new companies taking on wells and facilities before those transfers are approved. And I'm asking if that's your understanding, if that's one of the new provisions that will help prevent the shift of those liabilities to OCD.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then a second provision under the new rule is this presumption of no beneficial use, where the proposed rule forces the actual operators of wells, of low producing wells that are actually at risk of being orphaned, to prove to the division's satisfaction that the well can be used for beneficial use earlier in the well's abandonment process. Do you call that portion of the rule?
To some extent.
Okay. Your understanding is that the rule has this new provision that if a well is producing below 90 barrels and fewer than 90 days in a year, that operator is required to show to the division why that well still has a beneficial use.
Yes.
Right. And that allows the division to intercede earlier in the life cycle of the well before it becomes orphaned. And that's another way of potentially limiting the transfer of liability to the division. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that those two provisions are fairly narrowly focused on the actual wells and the actual operators at the time that they are early in the process before they become potentially orphaned? Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions for Ms. Romero. Ms. Romero, thank you very much for your time. I apologize if I was misunderstanding your responses to me. I probably wasn't phrasing my question the right way. And I apologize if I was being obstinate. I did not mean to be that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Ms. Romero?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if Ms. Nanasi is on the platform. No. Mr. Moore, do you have questions of Ms. Romero?
No questions, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Fox or Mr. Nykiel?
Yes, just a few, please.
All right.
Good morning, Ms. Romero. My name is Matt Nykiel. I'm an attorney with the Western Environmental Law Center, and I'm representing applicants. How are you doing this morning?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks. You testified that the OCD is limited to addressing environmental incidents based on the contractors that are available to the division. Is that right?
Yeah, we are limited to our purchasing agreement. There are ways to get on that list, but it just depends on the scenario.
Okay, thanks. If an operator cannot financially address an environmental incident on its own, then the speed with which the incident could be addressed by the OCD would be subject to that purchasing agreement or the contractors that are available. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, hypothetically, if an operator is unable to address a remediation, an OCD finds it in the best interest of public health to do something that typically requires orders through our legal and authority, that would be the first step, and that can be time consuming in itself, at which time then environmental would be requesting a purchase order through our purchasing process.
And so in a situation like that where the division has determined an incident needs to be addressed, would you say that the environmental impacts from an orphaned well are more likely to impact public health and the environment over a longer time frame than if the operator had been able to address the impact itself?
Generally speaking, timely compliance is preferred. Our rules were written for timeframes for that reason, in the interest of protecting public health. Incidents that remain unresolved are probably more of a public health risk. However, I don't have data that would support evaluating specifics on that.
On slide 14 of your visual aid, you provided a redacted example of a well operator that no longer had sufficient funds available to address their remediation obligations. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified that this was a regular pattern with small and mid-sized operators?
I did.
In your experience of these sorts of situations, is the operator generally still actively producing in high amounts of oil and gas, or has the operator ceased production or are producing low volumes of oil and gas?
In these scenarios, typically if the operator is still operating and the responsible party, we do reach out to them as a first attempt. Somewhere usually in the compliance process, we do get notification that they don't have the capital to complete these assessments. But as to how much they're producing and those kind of specifics, I don't have a statistical analysis for that.
Okay.
I realize the story. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can finish.
No, that's okay.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Romero.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Tremaine, do you have any redirect?
Just two or three questions, Madam Hearing Officer. Ms. Romero, thank you for your time today. Just a couple questions for you. At a very high level, how would you characterize the administrative burden of conducting the orphan remediation program and contractor oversight?
Contractor oversight. I feel has been manageable.
Okay.
There's definitely more sites than I have people for, but
Thank you. Does conducting the remediation associated with orphan wells in New Mexico utilize a significant amount of time for the Environmental Bureau?
it does. It does. Each of these sites requires an OCD Environmental to act as basically a project manager. And so they oversee all of the details, the sampling, all of that gets reviewed. And that is in addition to the day-to-day reviews that are taking place upon the same staff.
If industry is concerned with any perceived inefficiencies in OCD's remediation process, would you agree that operator-led remediation would help solve any of those concerns?
Absolutely. We definitely would prefer operators to be managing these sites themselves.
I'm sure you recall quite clearly many references to slides 10 and 11 in your testimony. I'm not going to go back to those slides and flog that any further, but I want to ask you some kind of follow-up questions on that line of questioning. May environmental remediation be deferred by the operator until the time of site closure?
In certain cases, if, for example, there's a release under active equipment, sometimes those are deferred until after site closure.
If a site that was previously deferred is orphaned, will OCD become responsible for conducting that deferred remediation?
Yes.
If there is unresolved remediation, which at any site, which OCD ends up completing as an orphan, does it matter to the remediation process when the release occurred?
It does not.
Okay. No further questions, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Tremaine. Commissioner Mpoma, do you have questions of Ms. Romero?
Mr. Romero, thanks so much for your testimony. Surprisingly, I do not have any questions for you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Bloom on the platform, do you have questions?
Mr. Romero, thank you for your testimony today. No, I do not have questions either. Thank you very much.
All right, and Chair Chang?
Nope.
Nope, okay, great, getting off easy. Thank you very much, Ms. Romero, for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, it's 11:30. Mr. Tremaine, what is your pleasure?
Madam Hearing Officer, Justin Wrinkle will be OCD's next witness. I believe his direct testimony will take about 45 minutes is my guess. Whatever pleases the commission. We're happy to proceed now or wait until after lunch.
What's your pleasure?
Take advice from the other commissioners. I don't mind either way.
Let's proceed.
All righty, you heard the man. Is Mr. Wrinkle on the platform?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Council rightly pointed out, and I really greatly appreciate it, that we have the not yet resolved admission of the exhibits that I proffered.
Yes, thank you very much. Any objections to OCD exhibits 10 through 12, 20, 26 through 28, A through G?
Madam Hearing Officer, could you repeat that list again, please?
Yes, 10 through 12, 20, 26 through 28, A through G.
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, we would object to just 2 lines within Exhibit 10, and then some points from Exhibit 12, page 15, and Exhibit 12, page 17, based on the examination of the witness. Would you like me to elaborate?
Yes.
Thank you. So Exhibit 10, page 8, lines 11 through 12. Would you like me to share my screen, Madam Hearing Officer? Or
I have it in front of me in a book. But if you want to share your screen, that's fine.
So you should be seeing a paragraph that begins at line 10, regulatory and economic considerations. This is the direct testimony of Ms. Romero, and it says data used to evaluate the relationship between production levels and environmental incidents was drawn from OCD's production records for calendar year 2024, Exhibit 20. Exhibit 20 is a spreadsheet. The demonstratives that this corresponds to are the slides we discussed within Exhibit 12. Our objection would be that the data that was used to produce the pivot table or the graphs include all incident reports for the entire history of the wells, and then only production records for calendar year 2024. It's our position that would be misleading. And then lines 15 through 17, which explains further that the pivot table analysis was conducted using calendar year 2024 data to further evaluate wells classified as lower producing, which may fall under OCD oversight based on production thresholds. During her cross-examination, she explained that she did not analyze any of the orphaning wells or which wells would become orphaned, which is indicated by OCD oversight.
Mr. Tremaine?
Madam Hearing Officer, a couple points on that real quick. One, the referenced direct testimony lines don't actually correlate directly to the proposed categories in the rule. Ms. Romero was quite clear in both the written direct testimony and her summary of testimony and on cross on what she looked at, to what degree, and its significance to her in the OCD. It's not tied directly to different data analysis of those proposed categories. And the objection ultimately goes to the weight of this evidence, not its foundation or credibility. The commission is quite prepared to assess this and analyze whether it's useful to them in making their decision.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Tremaine. So what other exhibit did you object to, Ms. Tripp?
Madam Hearing Officer, that would be Exhibit 12, the visual aid. And our objection, just to be clear, our objection isn't necessarily that the marginal well definition used by Ms. Romero is 1,000 or 1,200. It's the disconnect between incidents being pulled from the entire history of the well versus production from only 2024. This is because a well could produce for 60 years. Incidents would be extremely high, as opposed to just the incidents reported when that well was producing at the lower threshold. But anyway, so our objection to Exhibit 12 is focus on marginal wells. Again, that there was no analysis conducted that the wells are most likely or more likely to become under OCD oversight as orphaned wells, because that wasn't conducted as part of Ms. Romero's analysis. That's on page 11. And then page 15, a key point. During examination, Ms. Romero could not point to any part of the proposed rules that supports her testimony in terms of why the rule changes will require operators to responsibly and timely remediate, or how it encourages compliance. Finally, on the conclusion slide, this is that the OCD environmental project data, this is slide 17, illustrates the financial risk of operator noncompliance. And when we discussed that during Ms. Romero's cross-examination, we discovered that noncompliance is based on her experience and not a quantitative analysis, which is represented by this project data reference.
Mr. Tremaine, I assume you have the same response.
One minor point. So the slides, the much discussed slides, very clearly distinguish between total incidents and active incidents. That's quite relevant and probative in this hearing. And the testimony clearly demonstrates that those active incidents remain in effect regardless of when they occurred. And the other slide referring to closed incidents, some of that information actually militates in favor of petition opponents, so I'm not quite clear on the objection there. That foundation. Otherwise, I stand on my previous response.
Yeah, I agree again, Ms. Tripp. You can certainly continue pressing whatever arguments you'd like to make in response to the testimony. But I believe, again, it goes to the weight the commission will be giving it during their deliberations rather than admissibility. So OCD exhibits 10 through 12, 20, and 26 through 28, A through G are admitted. Let's turn to Mr. Wrinkle, whom I see on the screen. Mr. Wrinkle, would you please spell your first and last name?
Yes, it's Justin Wrinkle, JustinWrinkle.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Hall, I think.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I know you've spelled your name, but could you state your name and please tell the commission how you're employed, Mr. Wrinkle?
Yes, my name is Justin Wrinkle, and I'm currently the Engineering Bureau Chief here at the OCD.
As a preliminary matter, Mr. Wrinkle, I believe you have submitted, or through OCD have submitted 3 exhibits in this rulemaking, that being Exhibit 7, your direct testimony, Exhibit 8, your resume, and Exhibit 9, some visual slides or visual aids to accompany your testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Any changes you wish to make to any of those? Well, I'll just ask you that first.
No.
And do you hereby adopt those and ask the commission to consider that testimony and those other exhibits?
I do.
Thank you. At this time, we would offer OCD's exhibits 7, 8, and 9 for consideration by the commission.
Any objections to OCD exhibits 7, 8, or 9? No, they're admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wrinkle, I believe you've already said that you've prepared testimony for this matter. Are you prepared to provide the commission with a summary or synopsis of your direct testimony related to this rulemaking?
Yes, I am. I think use the visual aid.
Sure, I will pull those up. If I can figure out how to do it. Did that work? Okay. Thank you. If you would please proceed, Mr. Wrinkle.
All right. Let's see. I think the first page is self-explanatory. It's my title and this case number. So we can go to the next one. This is a little bit of my professional background. So I've been with the OCD a little bit over 3 years thus far. Currently the Engineering Bureau Chief, as I stated. Before that, I was a Petroleum Specialist Supervisor. So the different positions that I've had over the years have been, lead field operator, production supervisor, production technician. My testimony is basically my experience associated with managing and operating marginal wells. That has to do with lease operating expense, the safety and environmental concerns of those, any retrofitting that takes place, any management of holding lease assets, right? Financial judgment for incurring any cost. So go to the next one. Okay, so the way that I structured this, it's a little erratic, right? But what I wanted to do is draw upon, my background and the plethora of things that the many different variables, and provide a wide spectrum of things that I have seen in the past, right, associated with these wells. So as you can see here, the most common leased operating expenses are basically on this slide. Sometimes it depends on the company, what their decisions are in their upper management. If they want to CapEx some of these expenses, put them on OpEx, which, you know, is a form of lease operating expenses. The most common ones are field operators. I put some numbers on there that identifies some examples, right? And again, this is a very wide spectrum of what an operator, in my experience, can incur. Energy, right? You got to pay utilities if you're using any energy on site, and especially for artificial lift reasons. Compression is very common, especially in New Mexico. If you have pipeline pressures, you need to push into the pipeline. Gas lift, although gas lift is very uncommon for these lower produced marginal wells. Vapor recovery units have become popular in the last 10 or so years via some, you know, regulation updates. So that is another cost that one could incur. Now, none of these are, every single well has to have these costs, right? It's going to be a mix and match depending on the variables, or, you know, location of the well, production type, that kind of thing. Okay, next slide. You know, road access, you know, this is a big one. The reason that this one has such a large spectrum on it is I was drawing back to some of my past experiences here, and some examples, very, very few, of course, you know, we're on that high side, right? Now these are wells that, you know, were important for one reason or another to management, and some of them didn't have roads to them, right? But we had to be able to access them, and I think that on the higher end there, the $500,000, you know, was quite a few miles, right, to get to it, and we had to be able to get equipment to it, rigs and that kind of stuff. The lower side, right, you know, that, you know, blade it once a quarter, right? Waste removal, you know, if it's an oil well, you're going to be bringing up water, right? So you got to pay for that. Now, most lower producing wells, in my experience, have been trucked. That's going to cost you a little bit more than pipeline. Now, we do have some older infrastructure out here of water pipeline, which is a good thing. It's going to cost you a little bit less. BS&W removal from the bottom of your tanks, you know, that builds up over time. You know, again, this isn't, you know, a monthly expense. It's something that you may incur, right? So that is a dollar, you know, per barrel to get out of there, or a dollar spectrum. And sometimes, especially if I recall local hills area, you know, there's a lot of hot oiling needs that need to take place. Those particular type of trucks are, you know, about, and this is, you know, from my experience, so we're talking 4 to 5 years ago. And, you know, if anybody's bought bacon recently, it's probably higher now, right? So $150 to $300 an hour for that, you know, that's going to take 4 to 8 hours. You know, it's not a monthly thing. It's just kind of when you need it ad hoc. Marketing, over my experience, taking over or acquiring these wells, right? A lot of times, you know, they have been not producing for a long period of time, and you know, possibly a meter was taken from one site to another to, you know, trade. So on more than a few occasions, I've had to, you know, purchase either, you know, used, refabricated, or a new meter to meet the purchaser's needs. And those costs are there. Again, a very wide spectrum. It just depends on what you want and what you need. Chemical treatment, you know, this can be surfactant, breaker, you know, inhibitor, different types of chemicals to allow the well to produce in a normal fashion. So some you absolutely need to have it if you're going to be producing in any, you know, good quantities. So those are another cost associated with wells. Next slide. Okay. And of course, you've got your safety and environmental costs associated with wells. Commonly, though, with marginal wells, right, you're going to have historic releases, right? In my experience, there's been a few examples to where you have a release during ownership, and as you're cleaning that up, you discover, historical ones that are there, right? So, being prudent, you go ahead and take care of that, right? So there has been instances where it has been, upwards of that $1 million mark. Flare stack installs, not too crazy common on marginal wells. For the low pressure flare stacks, I think that would be the more common one associated with these, but the costs are essentially the same. If you want, again, it's what you want, how much you want to spend for, the quality of this equipment. So a high combustible flare is going to be fairly high, and then a shot built flare, is going to be a little bit lower, and plus your install and transport. Another thing that is more common than not are wellheads, right? So servicing wellheads was a cost that happened a lot on these older wells that hadn't produced in a long time. Often the valves were seized up, inoperable, and you had no choice. If you wanted to produce this particular well, you had to have them rebuilt or replaced, right? And then normally you would make the decision, if you got approval to have those serviced routinely. Tanks is a big one. Often, standing fluids over time, and if they're not coated or very old, are going to corrode. Many times, we've abandoned tanks in place, if we could, or if we were allowed to. A lot of times you buy a used tank or a new tank, which, a new tank, if you're going to keep the well going and produce it, then that's probably going to be your best bet. But sometimes it's hard to justify, that cost for a well that really doesn't make anything. Production vessel, heater treaters, separators, knockouts, that type of thing. Newer high end is going to cost, that spectrum there, $12,000 to $80,000, depending on where they're in a common industry slang is rolling cans, right? That's the manufacturing facility of these where they roll them and then weld them together. Used vessels can be lower, right? But you're still going to incur the labor cost and transport cost to install those. H2S mitigation. Some wells, not all, may contain, an H2S hazard. Normally, you would want to increase your site visits, to put eyes on it, to make sure that, everything was shut and copacetic, and, take a sniffer and make sure that those levels are staying where they're at or going down, hopefully, or, hopefully not going up. If you have to strap the tanks on these locations, you should be getting supplied air on site. Now you can buy, the whole setup. I think I put, from my experience, 6,000 plus the refills and maintenance on it, or you can rent them. Multiple companies do offer that they will come by and do milk runs on site and come fill up your oxygen for your employees to use while utilizing that equipment. Remote monitoring is another option, right? That you can put on these sites. That way you can see them without actually having boots on the ground and know what's going on. That can cost for on-site only. And when I talk about on-site only, you basically have alarms set up that doesn't notify anybody outside of the site, but just on site, and it shuts certain valves that you deem to be need shut, in the case of an emergency. And then on-site for gas monitors, that is another option for an operator, to keep everybody safe, and those carry a rental cost with them as well. Okay, next slide. Okay, one common thing that I ran into while managing these wells was retrofitting. There was a lot of retrofitting on these. Corrosion, pipe over time. A lot of these are very, very old. You have to, replace those things. Vapor management, if you don't have a proper, if you're high line pressure and you've got one vessel there and you're doing a cascade system into a lower pressure vessel, it's probably a good idea that you invest in a vapor VRU. And that's a compressor, right? To compress that low pressure gas and push it into the pipeline and sell it, actually make some money off of it rather than vent it or flare it, which, you know, recently regulations came out where that is basically not allowed. If you are making a lot of oil or a high GOR, you may need a VRT. Those can range from $10,000 to $60,000 plus the install. Not very common, right, on marginal wells, but I have seen them installed on some that at batteries where they go into, where you have a multitude of different marginal wells going into a single battery, and that way you could actually share costs in that manner. Containments, often these are earth and burn. They've been worn down by decades of being walked over, weeds growing through them, which makes them not viable containments anymore. Livestock, etc., you name it. If you're gonna make any type of investment on that so you can contain a secondary containment if you do have a release, you have to invest in that as well. SCADA, we already went over it, so that's if you just want to see what's going on and not have to have boots on the ground. If it's an important asset to you, say it's maybe close to a municipality, those things to have you better prepared to respond to that. That's an investment that an operator could make if they chose to. General modifications, I hit on that a little bit. New vessels, piping. Piping is a big one that seems to be ongoing. Valves are a constant issue. Seizing up, replacing those. ESD, shutdown valves. Say if you take over a well and you decide that it's probably okay to just, not visit it as much anymore, then that's probably a good idea to have an ESD with those local shutdowns, meaning, if you high level a vessel or high level a tank or something of that nature, it'll shut the well in, and then that way you don't have an incident or a release and then discover it the next time that you come around, right? Takes care of it there. And I believe that is all my slides, so I try to get through it pretty quick there.
Thank you, Mr. Wrinkle. I believe that concludes the summary of Mr. Wrinkle's direct testimony. He, to everyone's relief, went a little faster than I anticipated. So thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Well, we are at 11:55, so let's return at 1, and we'll begin his questions.